agenda items. Move this on to number 3, action items. Approval of agenda items.
Madam President, I have a few recommendations for changes. I'd like to table 3L, M, and N. Again, table 3L, M, and N. Table 3C and table 3E. I'd like to move 7M to directly after 3A. It's 7M directly after 3A.
Madam President, I move that we approve the agenda with the recommended changes.
Second.
Okay, discussion. I guess I do have discussion. I am concerned that our meeting minutes aren't being posted or drafted as soon as they need to, according to the OMA, and that we're not approving them as quickly as we need to. So my hope is that we can get this remedied.
So we have 2 of them tonight, and we'll have the other 2 next time, and we'll have a board secretary in place 3rd of July.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, so that moves us to 7M, arsenic summary at San Lorenzo Elementary.
So I mentioned a couple meetings ago about the traces of arsenic in the water at San Lorenzo. So I asked our plumber to give a summary tonight. Felipe, if you could come up to the podium. He's going to give us kind of a summary of where we're at in the process.
With the information that we gathered so far. Okay, with the information we gathered so far, one thing I need to start out with, none of the solutions that I'm going to speak about, they're not definitive. Ultimately, it's going to go up to a review after an engineer designs a system for us. But based upon what I've seen at other schools and information I gathered from NMED and our well operator Larry, it looks like it'll be a single, they call it point of entry. So it's going to filter all the water that's going into the school. And the system's going to be called an absorptive media filter. And basically what that is, it's a media that all the water passes through and through electrolysis, kind of like a chemical reaction. I kind of glazed over that, but basically just a kind of cursory way of the way it works. It attracts arsenic, leading it out of the water. And of course, we would have to contract with an engineer, and I believe they were going to speak with Stantec. I'm not sure exactly who they were going to go with. And after they review the situation in San Lorenzo, that's when we'll get our definitive answers on exactly what type of system it's going to be. So, and we're waiting for NMED. For some reason, they haven't received the last results. So we're just waiting for that. And once they make that official, then we can start the process with the application for to design a system for review.
And is there a timeline of how long the reviewing for the system should take?
I don't have a
No.
timeline for that. I can't speak to that. I can get the answer for you, speak with, someone who's been through the process to give at least a basic time, you know, because each situation is different.
Any other questions for Mr. Bencomo?
What level of the content of arsenic in the water was there?
In the beginning, the first three results, it was, I believe it's 0.5 over. I would have to make sure on that though. But one thing I can tell you, this last result, it did go down. So, but it's still out of compliance.
Okay. Were there any health risks identified, and are they, have we been able to disseminate that to family members so that we could see if there are any symptoms?
We've sent out a notice, it had to have been 6 weeks ago, maybe longer than that.
And I think at that point, that's when they stopped drinking the water. For what I've read, and it's also listed on the NED site, any like deleterious effects from arsenic is over long-term exposure. So and it's listed on the NED site.
Can we have that provided to parents?
The site for the NMED, yes. There's a lot of helpful information.
And not so much the site for MED, as opposed to the information contained that relates to the adverse effects of arsenic. That way they can be aware and they can watch out for it.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I don't know, I was prepared for more questions, but but if anything comes up, you just ask. I'll be able to help you out with it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that moves us on to item 3B, approval of April 24th, 2023 regular board meeting minutes. And these were not included in the packet that was sent out prior,
Right.
correct? I think, I don't know how the other board members feel about this, but I think given that we were just handed these minutes, perhaps we could table them until our next meeting so we can properly review them.
I agree. I think it's just gonna take up time for us to read it.
I just think though too, we've just discussed that with the importance of having them. I mean, we have them now. So I'd like to make a motion to approve them.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Seeing that there is no second, the motion dies.
I'd like to make a motion that we table these until the next meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to table the April 24th until the next meeting.
Second.
There's a second. Further discussion? So I agree with Mrs. Begay that it is important that we get these minutes approved. I think OMA, they definitely say that they should be drafted within 10 days. Approval amendments can come later. And I'm hoping going forward, we can make sure we're going by these, getting them done more quickly. But can we please have these draft minutes posted on our website? And have it noted that they're draft and they haven't been approved? Okay.
And systematically, that would be having all draft minutes posted, prior to approval.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
I,
I don't know what David's vote was. David, is your vote aye, for, or against?
It's four.
Okay. Okay, motion passes. Okay, that moved, so item C was tabled. That moves us on to item D, approval of May 8th, 2023 regular board meeting minutes.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to table those as well.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Do we have discussion?
Madam President, one of the breakout sessions I attended at the law conference had cautioned about putting out revised or drafted minutes. They said it could put the district at liability. It's something to think about.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I wonder how that coincides with the Open Meetings Act saying that the drafts need to be put out.
That was just brought up in one of the breakout sessions.
Okay. And hopefully going forward, we can be more in line with the 10-day draft and then approval at the next meeting.
Madam Chairman, I would think that the OMA requirement would stand before any other kind of suggestion. There's no, whether it's, there's maybe some potential risk of having it posted, it's mandated, and I don't see how we could go around that.
And I think were we in the same conference on that one?
I attended the Open Meetings Act, but I came up in the FERPA
Oh,
breakout session.
I think I had
It is in the open meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any more discussion? Okay. Seeing that there's no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. So item 3E was tabled, so that moves us up to item 3F, approval of the fiscal year 2024 budget. So this would be 2023 to 2024.
Yes, correct. Worksheet that I prepared to talk about the revenue visualization. Okay. In your packet, you should have what's called the 910B5 form. And what that form does is it shows, it's a calculation of all of our state equalization for the upcoming year. And in that calculation, there are many variables within it. And what I did is in this spreadsheet that I just handed out to you, it summarizes each of these variables and it compares them to last year. So when we look at, first off the bat, on page 1, total membership, we're going down in students. Last year we had 997.75, and of course this is based on an average of our 80 and 120 days. So we're going down from 997.75 to 951.25. So we're going down 46.5 students. And then when you look at on the 910B5, the way that works is you take these students and then you apply a factor. So each of these different grades, they have a factor to them where, like, let's say a first grader, the factor is 1.2. So you take 66 first graders, multiply times 1.2, and you get 79 units. So that's where you make a conversion of students to units. And that's where it begins right there. So each grade level has a different factor. Like you'll see a senior has a factor of 1.25. So once you apply all those factors, you go from 951.25 students to 1,148.803 units. So that's the first step in our calculation. So when you take those right there on, when you go back to my worksheet, we're going down by 51.403 units once you apply all those factors. The next factor on the funding formula is our staffing cost multiplier. And that went up this year. Last year it was 1.006, and this year it was 1.057. And what that staffing cost multiplier is it's based on the levels of our teachers. Like I have to put them into a worksheet, all of our level 1, level 2, level 3s, and then it comes up with an index. So the middle point is going to be 1 with all the districts in the state, 1, and then you go up from there. So that's where we are at, is 1.057. Part of on the increase, it did go up, and I think the reason why is because I went through, when I did this report back in December, I found a lot of discrepancies in what was being reported. So when I did this report, I went file by file, and I did each teacher individually and pulled their levels and their years of experience and put that in here. And so I feel confident with the 1.057 that we have this year. So that did give us an increase, and that went up a little bit.
I have a quick question
Sure.
about that. So is that the higher level a teacher is and more experienced, the district will get more money from the
Yes,
state?
it generates more. Right. It brings up this index. It makes it higher. Once we apply that index of the 1.057, we get adjusted membership program units of 1,214. So when you compare it to last year, even though we went down in student counts, we're going up by about 7 units in our program, in our head count. So what I've done on this worksheet that I gave you, off to the far right column, I'm putting on there what each of these factors in the funding formula generates. So when you look at the 910B5, we have 1,214.285 units that our head count generates. Multiply that times our unit value of $6,241.67, and our membership units generate 7,579,166. So that's the majority of our funding right there, right off the bat, is just the head count of our students. Then we go down the line on the 910B5, and we look at special education program units. So this is done with all the head counts that are done throughout the year, counting our special ed membership. You got your A, B, your C, your D, and your D level. And that's kind of a complex calculation right there to arrive at these units. So once all that is taken into consideration, our special ed students generate 428.35 units. And that is a decrease from last year, 460 units down to 428 units of 31.7. And you look at off to the right, how much money our special ed program generates, 2,673,619.
And I guess I have a quick question about
Sure.
that too. I was looking over the documents. So when it's like an A level versus D level? Is that because of the support that student is going to need? Like if a student needs a one-on-one, their unit would be more?
Yes, if you look at
Okay.
the factors on your 910B5, look at the factors and you'll see the AB gets a factor of 0.7 and your D level gets a factor of 2. So really you're doubling. So you're getting a lot more for the D level as opposed to an A, B, or C. So those students do generate more money on the formula.
I have a question there as well. The starting class multiplier versus the special education program. The special education program represents the revenue being generated, I understand, but that would all go mostly to staffing?
Yes, it goes to, and it's not specifically, in the budget saying, okay, it goes into the whole pot, but there is quite a bit that is budgeted in the special ed area. And if you were to do a dollar for dollar comparison, I'm sure it would become pretty close. It goes towards salary and benefits of your special ed staff, and also for supplies and materials, anything else that for the programs.
Okay.
Our next variable on the funding formula would be the bilingual program, and once again, this is a fairly complicated computation, and it's taken into consideration when all the stars reporting is done, and the way the instruction that's delivered to these kids also, and that right there generates 123.5 units, and in turn $770,000. And we pay for in that. We do have bilingual teachers. We have bilingual stipends. We are mandated to provide bilingual curriculum, and so that's where that would come from. That's paid out of the operational budget, and that's part of the entire overall operational budget. Our next one down is elementary fine arts program. That generates, and that is based off of head counts of elementary students. So that generates 28.325 units, 176,795, and that is used towards salaries of our teachers at the elementary schools. Our next variable is elementary PE programs, and that once again generated by head counts of elementary students, 28.35 units and 176,000.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
So elementary fine arts program has 515 students. Am I correct? And the PE
Yes.
program has 472. What's the difference?
I think
Is there a grade level that doesn't do?
yes, then
fine arts?
as I recall it has to do with the grade levels that are reported. That some of them they're not the same for each one, and I don't recall offhand exactly what is reported, but that is the differences there. And our next item is the size adjustment. Okay, our school size adjustment brings in 327 units as opposed to last year 312, a difference of 15. That brings in $2 million. And what the school size adjustment is, we get money for having small schools. All 6 of our schools qualify. In the past years ago, the only school that qualified was San Lorenzo. And then in time, Snell qualified, and now all 6 of our schools qualify. They're small enough that we qualify for this funding. And if you look back in the funding formula and this 910B5, you'll see the computations, and it's on page 4. Well, you see how much each school generates, the number of units at each school. brings in. So that's the four schools are on page 5, then the high school is on, excuse me, those first on page 4, and then the high school is on page 5. And again, that calculation has to do with schools that have less than 200 students in them. And it's a formula, it's formula driven. So right there, for having the small schools that we have, that brings in $2 million, 2,045,000. And the next one is our district size adjustment. So we, on top of getting school size adjustments, we get district size adjustments. So districts that are smaller than 4,000 students get these adjustments. So we qualify, and we bring in 108 units. That calculates. So for being a smaller district, we're generating $678,000. The next factor is rural population, and that's based on the PED has formula. And that's based on demographics of our density in the district. So that right there brings in 67 units, 418,000. Our at-risk units, 162, and that is based on, once again, that's based on demographics. It has to do with the poverty level within the district, the free and reduced, even though we're on universal free, is based on the head counts for free and reduced, is based on the Title I mobility. There's a number of factors, three factors in that generates, that gives us that factor. And that generates 162 units, $1,015,000. The next one that has gone away this year was the extended learning, the ELTP, extended learning time program. Last year it brought in 108 units. This year it's 0. So that was phased out. That was just a 1-year program. But that has been replaced with K-12 plus. So that's something I'm sure you all are very familiar with. We've been kicking around calendars. It's a very, very complicated formula when it comes to the number, the instructional time, the number of days, number of hours. It's very complicated formula. And there's 2 tiers to that. There's tier 1, tier 2 with different factors. The tier 1, when you do all the computations, there's a variable at the end, a factor at the end of 0.12. And on the tier 2, the factor is 0.16. So the tier 1 is anything your first through 10 days is at tier 1. And anything over above 10 days is at tier 2. So the two of those, our tier 1 generates 751,000, and our tier 2 generates 201,000. So what that money will be used for is paying for the 10 extra days for our staff. And the next item on the funding formula is our out of school time activities. Again, that's something new. That is 96 units, and that is something that has to be provided for. And there's a schedule, and it was part of the calendar where an additional 2 hours every couple of weeks of after school instruction, it will be provided. And this is to pay for the cost of these programs, including busing these kids and school supplies and materials and so on. So that out of school time activity will generate 601,000. So when you add up all these variables, all these factors within our budget, that comes down to the bottom line figure of 17,090,466. So when you look at the units, this year we're looking at 2,738 units as opposed to last year, this current year, 2,603 units. So we went up in units, even though we went down the students 46.5 students, we went up in units 134.73. And then that last line is there in there is just comparing the unit value. Our unit value went from, for this current school year, 5,522 to next year will be 6,241, which is an increase of $719. So any questions on funding, on our revenue, where it comes from, how it's generated?
I have a question about the out-of-school time activities, looking at the data sheet that you provided us.
Yes,
So it has that there's gonna be 6 out-of-school days. And so I'm assuming those 6 days are like extra instructional hours after
yes,
like
they are.
tutoring.
Yes.
What is the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 with the out-of-school activity time?
You know, that is Miss Chavita question,
Okay,
and she's not here today.
okay.
But yeah, she is the one that she has put a lot of time and effort into the calendars and into the out of school activity, where she would be the one to answer that for you. She was the one who did all the planning, and I'm just the one that plans how to spend it.
Does it have anything to do with the first to 10th day and then the 11th day on? Is the way you explained it?
I thought that was for the K-12 program.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm
Well,
sorry.
it does.
I wonder if it'd be parallel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. That. Yeah, I could answer on the K-12 plus, but on the
Sorry.
out of school, I'm not all that familiar the way Miss Chavita is, and she is well versed on that one.
Thank you.
So, any questions on revenue? Anything else on how our revenue is generated? And
What was the difference overall? Last year, what was our revenue?
let me see. Last year, our revenue was 14,636,750. So that is an increase of 2,453,716. So we did see quite an increase, but a lot of that is going towards the K-12, is attributed towards the K-12 and the out of school time activities.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's not anything else on revenue, I'll go on to discuss our budgets, our operational budget. So you'll see on our operational fund budget, it's the one that has the fund off to the left-hand side, which is Fund 11,000. And in that budget, what we've done is really it's just based upon current staffing and proposed staffing for the upcoming year. There has been a lot of moving staff around and some new positions, and so that's what this budget is based upon. On the first function, which is function 1000, which is instructional, there really isn't a whole lot of change in that function. It's pretty well straightforward. We have all of our teacher salaries, our IA salaries, our supplies and materials, and so there's really not a whole lot of change in there. Our total instruction budget for the year is 9,478,480. The next function is the 2100 function, which is support services, and that starts on page 4. In that function, that is made up of, that's called support services to students, and that function is where you provide direct support to students such as special ed, ancillary services, counseling services, nursing, health assistance. So that's where all of that comes from. You'll see that we do have an increase on the coordinator position. That is due to what I have done is that was in the past budgeted under the 2300 function, which is general administration. And I'm just putting it into the correct function where it should be budgeted and expended in the support services for students. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. This budget, the 2100 function, it mirrors pretty much last year. The next function in the budget is the 2200 function, and that starts on page 8. The 2200 function is support for instruction. It's like the 2100 was support for students. This 2200 function is support for instruction. So that includes the libraries and pretty much all the libraries in there. One thing that was budgeted in there in the past was data processing, which it shouldn't be in there. I've moved it into the appropriate function, so it's not going to be included in this function anymore. So really, all that we have in this function is just our libraries.
That was the 2200 function?
Yes, that's the 2200 function, and that was on page 8.
Um, on page 9, there's a line item having to do with rental of computers and related equipment, and that's only 1600.
Right. That right there, I believe we do pay for the some of our copy machines. We rent them. And I couldn't tell you exactly offhand without looking it up, but that is
Because our rental for computers is more like,
oh no, this is
yeah,
going to be
it's
for,
100,000.
no, we're
plus.
talking hundreds of thousands there. This
Yeah.
is something different. This is small.
Okay.
So our next function is the 2300 function, which is general administration. So that 2300 function would be the office of the superintendent and the school board. So in this function, you will see the superintendent salary, you will see the director of curriculum, you will see the administrative assistant for the superintendent and the school board, and that's what makes up this function right here. So that would be all of the expenses of the superintendent's office and the school board, general administration of the district. So within that is not only the salary and benefits, but you also see the auditing, the legal, the board expenses, and so forth. The next function is the 2400 function, which is on page 11. And within that function is the school administration. That's at the school level. And that would include the principals and the secretaries of the schools. And then, of course, too, this will be anything, all the supplied materials, professional development, anything else that's needed to run offices at the school level. The next function of the budget is the 2500 function, which is central services. That function includes the business office, my department, also includes, and these salaries that are in here are not new to the district, but they're new to the function. Like I was telling you, everything in the past, these last few years, everything was just kind of lumped into the 2300 function. of the general administration, but these belong in this, some of these belong in this function. The ones that are in here will be the human resources, falls under this. And trying to think of which other ones I put in there. But yeah, the human resources falls under the human resources, the data processing, or I shouldn't call it data processing, our information technology and business support services fall under this function. So you will see all the salaries and benefits for those three areas. Including any other services that are required by these departments. The next function is the 2600 function, which is operations and maintenance of plant. That's on page 14. And that one is made up of not only our maintenance department, custodial, but also school security. So we have in this will be our new position of safety, school safety administration. That we have a director position that will fall under this function. We are going to be hiring a security guard. It will fall under this function. So everything in this function is for those areas. Our last function is the 2700 function, which is student transportation. And that has to do with activity transportation. It doesn't have to do with our route. That's a whole other budget we'll look at next. But that just includes the maintenance repair of our activity buses and just maintaining them, keeping them on the road is pretty much what that function is for. So that's everything of the operational budget. We discussed this in our finance meeting. We went through the budget, and there was some questions raised, and we answered them. So, does anybody have any questions on the operational budget?
In terms of the listing of the categories, you have the estimated amount, and sometimes that's zero, and yet the projected amount is then.
Right. What I did is I reclassified some of these salaries. If you look at a bunch of these salaries were lumped into the 2300 function. So if you go to page 9 and look at the job class of 1113, which is administrative associates, you'll see on that one there was 4 budgeted and spent this current year, and next year's only going to be 1. So really, it didn't change. I'm just putting them into the correct functions of the budget. We did go up 1. We're going up with our new position of the school safety. So that is an increase right there. But other than that, they are just being redistributed throughout the budget. If you look at that job class of 1113, they're being distributed throughout the different functions of the budget in the correct functions.
And when they're being redistributed, it's within that same function.
Well, no, they're going to different functions. They're going to the appropriate functions where they should be budgeted to begin with. Instead of everything lumped into general administration, if you look at the actual definitions of the functions, and it will tell you what should be included in each of these functions.
So the projected amount then makes up our budget as opposed to the estimated.
The estimated column is our current year that we're in right now. That's our current school year. The projected column is what we're projecting for next year's budget.
Okay.
So that's the difference between the two. I should explain that to begin with. But that's what those two columns are. Our current year budget and our next year budget. And the estimated is just, it's estimating what, since we're still in this year, we don't know exactly what our expenditure will be. So what I have to do is I have to estimate what our expenditures for the year will be. That's what that column is for.
Okay.
So that's the operational budget. If you go to the next budget is Fund 15200. And this is the new budget that was created by PED. And this is actually this year is the first year of this budget. And all they're wanting us to do is this has just been broken out from operational funds. We have to take, and I don't know, I don't understand the logic for this. All they're doing is just creating more work for everybody involved. But what it does is it just takes our local revenue, which is our property taxes and our copper production taxes, and we have to put that in a fund by itself. Instead of being an operational, they want it segregated. So this is just taking our local property taxes and our copper production taxes and put it into a fund. So you'll see that this year it was at about 70,000 that I brought in this year, and I didn't spend any of it, so it's still out there. So you'll see the projected amount. The estimated is 0 because I didn't spend anything, and the projected for next year is 169,000. So that's going to be 2 years worth of these tax collections. And where I'm going to be budgeting that is in general supplies and materials for the classrooms.
And that's the local revenue
Yes.
operational fund?
Yes, that's Fund 15200. You'll see on the far left-hand corner, left-hand column, Fund 15200, and it's called Local Revenue Operational Fund. So that's something. This is the second year of budgeting these funds, this money out separately. Our next fund is the Transportation Fund, and that is Fund 13,000. You'll see on the far left-hand column, Fund 13,000. And this is our Transportation Fund. I was explaining in our Finance Committee meeting earlier, we were talking about the contracts for our contractors that the state was very generous this year with transportation funding. And this is a formula driven, and I haven't been able to look at the formula. I need to request to get a copy of it. In the past, they would email it to us, and so I was able to look at it, but I need to see why, is it our funding that's our variables that are generating this money? Is our student count is down, or a combination of the legislature was just very generous. So we did have an increase. You'll see we're going from 627,839 to 820,000. So what I'm going to be doing, and what I have done in the past, is with transportation fund, you just don't know what you're going to get from year to year. Some years you get good funding, and it goes up and down. And it's, like I was saying, it's also based on a formula. So it goes up and down, and the years that it goes up, I'll use that money to supplement our operations. So this year, since we're having a good year, I will be using it to supplement. I'm gonna supplement some salaries, put about 10% of a couple of salaries in there. I am going to use about 19,000 for salaries. I'm going to use $4,500 for what we have done there. We advertise it at the beginning of the year. We put out in the newspaper all the routes, and then we make these flyers that we have. The newspaper gives us a big stack of them that we can distribute. So that costs about $4,500. So I'll be paying for that from this fund. The next line is the rental of equipment and vehicles. I explained that in detail too in our finance committee meeting. That is the money that flows from the state through us directly to the contractors. Whenever they buy a bus, they get funded over a 5-year period for the purchase of that bus. So that flows directly in and out to our contractors. The next one is transportation contractors. This is what we pay to our bus contractors to run these buses up and down the road. So we will be our bus contracts, which will be, that's an upcoming agenda item. And the total of the two contracts will be $663,895. Our property liability insurance, that is the insurance that we have to pay for the buses. The district is responsible for keeping these buses insured, the route buses. So that's the amount right there, $27,276. And the last line on there is bus inspections. We have to get all the buses inspected twice a year, so that's the cost of the inspection. So our transportation budget for the year is $820,000.
I have a question on the line item with the property liability insurance. But this current year, we didn't spend any money,
Right, well,
or
was-
was
it
it in a
was-
different fund?
yes, it was paid out of operational.
Okay.
And this past year, the funding wasn't all that great. So really, all it went towards was just the transportation contractors. But since funding is good this year, I'm gonna be paying for it from this fund where it should be coming out of. Our next budget is the food service fund. That is fund number 21,000. You'll see on the left-hand column. This budget is pretty straightforward. We use it to run our kitchens, which is a self-sustaining operation. The money is generated by the number of meals provided to the students. And in turn, we pay for the cost of salary and benefits of our employees and the cost of food. And also within there is just the upkeep of freezers and equipment replacement and so on. So this food service budget is $1,198,000. And like I said, this is a straightforward budget. There's really not a lot of frills in this one, just keeping the kids fed. Our next budget is athletics. Fund number 22,000. This budget is what we generate from gate receipts from activities. So that money I turn around and it's just used directly on the students. All I ever do with this money is pay for meals when the students are on the road. So this year, it only shows an estimated amount of $14,000. That's all I used this year, but really the fund accumulated a lot of money this year. And with what we're going to bring in, I'm looking at having about 150,000. So instead of paying this out of operational in the next upcoming year, I'll be paying it out of this fund. And like I said, this comes directly from gate receipts and used directly to feed the kids. And that's all it's used for.
The disparity, if there was that much generated, likely there was that much generated the previous year, correct?
Yes.
And yet only 14,000 of it spent on the students?
Well, no, the only 14, it accumulated in the bank. So the money's there, it's been accumulated, and I will be using it this upcoming year. And
I'm still talking about the last year. If it was that much and yet, it should have been somewhere around 150,000. And yet only 14,000. I
Yeah.
think something that we can talk about in the audit committee.
no, what's happening is it was paid out of operational funds this year. A lot of it was paid out of operational funds. For the meals for students, student travel. So really, we're not spending anything more, anything less. It's just coming where it was coming from. The money I allowed to accumulate this year in the athletic bank account, and this upcoming year, I will be utilizing it to spend out. In fact, this 14,000 is going to end up being more because I did this before all of our travel for the state tournaments and so on. And we did end up having a lot of, our baseball went, softball went, track went. So yeah, we're going to end up spending a lot more than this 14,000. That was an estimate at the time when I did build this budget. That's where we were at the time. but it will be a lot more than that, that estimated column.
So when will we get the end of year,
Reports
yes?
in July. They're due to PED on July 31st, and I will provide them to you as soon as I have them ready, as soon as they're ready. And it will show all of this in detail. It's called an estimate. You know, it is an estimate, but when I do provide you with end of year reports, it will be actual numbers for what was actually spent,
Okay.
actually generated and spent. You'll see both. So you'll see the differences on these.
Thank you.
Our next fund is our bond building fund. You'll see that I am budgeting the $1.1 million for the upcoming, that's the remainder of the bond projects. Should have those, we're gonna try to have those spent as soon as we possibly can. We went into a detailed discussion in our finance committee meeting about this. And so we have all these projects underway right now, and this money will be spent in this upcoming fiscal year, and it will be done, over with. Our next budget is the 31,400, which is special capital outlay from the state. And this comes from legislative appropriations over the last few years. You'll see that first line is $70,000. That's we have a legislative appropriation for our phone systems, and that's the remaining budget balance on that appropriation. The next one is on land improvements, $500,000. The district did receive $500,000 from the legislature to make improvements to the softball field, Tom Powers softball field. The next one is general vehicles, $100,000 we did receive for vehicles, and I'm in the process of purchasing a couple of maintenance trucks and possibly money left over a food service van. Buses, we had a legislative appropriation for $350,000. I'm looking for buses that we could buy off the lot, and I've talked to some vendors, and they're supposed to be getting me information. And because if we order a bus, it's going to be a year, probably maybe even 2 years out. So I'm looking for buses we could buy right off the lot. No frills, nothing fancy, just buses that we get our kids back and forth to school activities. We already have these two nice buses out here, so just get us something basic. And then the last line is technology related hardware. We did receive an appropriation of $185,000, and that is for security systems at Snell and Bayard, correct? Yes. So when you're looking at our total of legislative appropriations, $1,205,000.
That 180,000 for Cobre High School.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's right. The other ones we're going to pay out of bond funding. Okay. The next budget is Senate Bill 9 funds, and there's three funds that make this one up: 31,700, 31,701, and 31,703. The 31,700 is we get a match from the state for if we have a mill levy election in place and our mill levy doesn't generate a guaranteed $35 per student, the state kicks in the difference. So what this first fund is 31,700. This was money from the past 4 years that the district did not go after. They phased this fund out probably about 3 years ago, but there's still money out there on the table. I did a little research and found that the district has not claimed this money, so they allowed me to budget it and spend it, and then I have to draw it down. So that's going to be $56,000 that we will be bringing in for Senate Bill 9, and that will be used. I'm just putting it right now on maintenance repair of buildings. We could use it for at any given time, we could transfer it if we needed, but that's where we spend the most of our money is just keeping our buildings up. The next fund is 31701, and that one is our locals taxes, the property taxes that all of us as taxpayers pay goes into this fund. And also on top of that, our biggest taxpayer, Freeport McMoran, their copper production taxes that go into here also. So we're looking at a budget, that one of about $504,000. That's used for maintenance, repair of buildings, grounds, software, general supplies and materials, supply assets, land improvements, fixed assets. So that could be used in any of those areas. We could move this money around at any given time to whatever our needs are. But this is just a plan right now in place. And then the last fund in the Senate Bill 9 is 31703. What the state has done, I could tell you, they changed it where they changed the rules where it used to be a drawdown process. Now they're sending you the money up front. So that's what that last fund is for. We have to put it into a different fund. So that's what we will be bringing in about $151,000 in the state match. And our last fund is debt service. That's fund 41,000 and 43,000. There's two funds when it comes to debt service. The fund 41,000 is to pay our general obligation bonds, and those payments are due once a year. That we collect taxes all year long, and then we make a principal payment in August, and then 2 interest payments. We make an interest payment in August and interest payment in February. And then on the fund 43,000, that is for the ETN, the educational technology notes that we will be issuing come August. We've been collecting the taxes all year long, and I estimate that we will bring in about $1.5 million, and we'll issue bonds at that time, and we'll have money to spend for our educational technology needs of the district in the upcoming year. So with all those combined, it's all these funds I just went over with you, we're looking at $27 million, $27,052,651. And this budget is not set in stone. It's something that could be adjusted at any time. Our needs change, our plans change, curriculum changes, whatever you want to do, whatever the board, the district, to whatever direction the board wants to take, this can be amended at any given time. So it's always subject to amendment. So it's not set in stone. It's not something that we have to stick by. Yeah, we have to stick by it, but it can be amended. So any questions on this budget? A lot of detail in there, a lot of work that went into it, and we discussed a lot in the finance committee. We did discuss a lot of individual lines of what makes them up and so forth. And there was questions asked and answered.
Madam President, I move for approval of the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second discussion.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Ryan. As he stated, this came before the Finance Committee. We had lots of questions for him and he was able to answer them. And thank you for the work that you and your staff have been doing. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And if any of you have questions on this at any time, feel free to call me, email, whatever, and I'll be glad to go over it in more detail what you'd like to see.
I have a question on the process in terms of correlation to the performance improvements or plans. I never received any copies of those.
you know, that the New Mexico Dash is out there online. And then one thing that needs to go before you still are going to be all of the program budgets, all of our Title One, all of the different grants. And those ones will really be focused on a lot of these areas that you're talking about. So those will be brought before you still. We'll get those approved. And then those ones will address a lot of these issues that you have, in all the stuff that's in the dash, the NM dash. Because those ones will specifically address these issues.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, these budgets here are just all of our basic operating budgets, but all the special revenue funds will be brought before you still.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing that there's no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item 3G was tabled, so that moves us on to item 3H, approval of 2023-2024 transportation contracts.
Madam President, this came before the Finance Committee, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2023-2024 transportation contracts.
There is a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Discussion.
I usually get, just a side note, I usually get all my agenda items by email, and I didn't get them on my agenda. So the board packet.
The transportation.
Yeah,
contract.
so I'm gonna abstain from approving it.
Wasn't in the packet.
You put that, it was in yeah, they were in the packet.
I thought they were in the packet.
Who is in the pack?
No, I meant the electronic packet.
This was in electronic.
I think it was.
We had some problems with the machine for hours, but we got everything in.
Yeah. I'm sorry, no, because I went through all of them, because there was some stuff stuck in there. So like I did see some of the stuff on the agenda, but the other stuff I didn't, it wasn't in there. I'm just for right now. No worries.
And like Mrs. Begay said, we did discuss it during finance.
So these are just our contracts with Porter and Montoya. Porter services more of our district, and I believe Montoya services 3 routes
Yes.
and Mimbres
Valley.
Valley.
Any other questions?
Yeah, there are some blanks. So, for instance, the one with Porter, page 2, G, it doesn't have the number of school days, and then it doesn't have the fraction for the total compensation.
Yeah, in my original that I will be having you guys sign, it has I think I said that before I put that number in. It should be, you'll see it in the employer contract.
So the previous one does have it, I mean, the one for Montoya does have it, it's 165 days, and it has a fraction of 1/100.
Yes, and then the original, I'm gonna have, that I have for signature, it does have it in the original here.
But are the numbers the same for both
Yeah,
contracts?
it's the same.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and have a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Same.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. That moves us on to item 3I, approval of budget increase operational.
Madam President, I move for the approval of the budget increase for operational. This did go before the Finance Committee.
Is there a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion.
I'm also gonna abstain from this.
Is this my turn?
Okay.
Is this the 11,000 fund?
Yes.
1,000
Yes.
function?
Yes, it
Okay.
is Fund 11,000 operational. So what this is to budget our cash balance. It was into our current budget. So it's just a matter of housekeeping items here. And it's just spreading it throughout the budget where it's needed.
So in several of these line items, there was no present budget.
Right. They're correct. There was no budget to begin with in these lines. That's why you'll see the blank boxes. There was no budget.
And there's no difference in between the adjusted amount and the adjusted budget. Can you tell what the overall impact is on the budget?
The overall, I could look it up. Currently, our operational budget is 15,555,87. And if we add this $1,374,000 to it, let me do the math here.
The question goes more in line with the expenditures of last year, the budget for it last year, and the expenditures now showing $1.3 million when the subtotal of the present budget is significantly less.
Right. These were just lines that there hadn't been anything budgeted in this current year. So what I'm doing is I'm putting money in so we could cover these expenditures throughout the year.
So
I think, it was money from cash balance from fiscal year
Cor-
21,
correct.
22.
But we ended
So-
the last year with bringing it to the current year.
The second page on the bottom, it says that, so it was $1.3 million from the
Yes.
previous fiscal year that we're going to use for our current fiscal year to cover expenses.
Right. And that gives us an overall budget, what you're asking, of 16,924,937. But this form, this is PED's form that I'm using right here, and it doesn't allow for that. Doesn't give that information. But yeah, I just did the math for you. 60,924,000.
okay.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the operational increase. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Moves us on to item 3J, approval of budget increase for food service.
Okay, this next one is the same, along the same lines, cash balance distributed throughout the budget. The same as this first one, it's just a different fund.
Madam President, I move for approval of the budget increase for food service, and I'd like to add that this was also discussed at finance.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
okay, seconded by Mr. Terrazas? Discussion.
I'm also gonna abstain from this.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing that there is no discussion, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, and abstain.
Aye.
Motion passes. That moves us on to item 3K, approval of budget increase for athletics.
Madam President, I move for the approval of the budget increase for athletics. This was also discussed in finance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Terrazas. Discussion.
I'm gonna also abstain from this vote.
And this budget, when the budget was put together for this current year, this was not included. So what I'm doing, this is this one is for an budget. So this is to go ahead and put it in our budget for the year. And this is just the cash balance carried from last year into this year. And once again, this money is used for student travel, for meals for kids on the road.
Any further discussion?
In terms of the amounts that we saw, the $150,000.
Right. What this is it's just the cash balance that was carried over from last year into this year. It's just to establish our budget, cash balance budget. So this does not include the money that was generated in the current year. This is just what was carried over from last year. So we generated quite a bit of money in this current year. And then what we're going to generate next year adds up to the 159,000, which you saw in the previous discussion about the athletic budget.
It's still an audit committee question. Okay.
Okay, so any further discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, and abstain.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, we tabled the last three LMN. That moves us on to number 4, unfinished business. Doesn't look like we have any unfinished business. Number 5, finance committee report.
Madam President and board members, we met today for our finance committee before our board meeting. We discussed a coordinator of work-based learning position. That's going to be funded through an innovations grant that the district received. We went over the budget adjustment request for the operational, food service, and athletics that we just approved. We also discussed the transportation contracts, the attorney retainer for the district. We discussed the bond projects. So San Lorenzo is almost completed with the painting of their school. They've started work at Hurley on the front of the school with the roots and concrete problems, the turf in the back of the school. They also finished the track at Central Elementary. They came into some trouble at the high school with the bathroom. We also discussed if there's any additional funds to improve the floors and walls in the portable buildings. And the last item we discussed was a line item funding for the golf course. We're hoping that the city of Bayard will help maintain the golf course. We're thinking that the district could do 3 hours and the city can do 3 hours, so a total of 6 hours a week to maintain the golf course. And that concludes my finance. Oh, one other thing. I also just wanted to mention that the stipend schedule is being revised. And if anyone has any questions, they can direct them to Dr. Spalletta. Thank you.
Thank you. That moves us on to item 6, audit committee report.
There was no audit committee to update from the previous report. There's been no further action received or scheduled at this point.
Thank you. That moves us on to item 7, superintendent's report, A, union president.
Madam President and board members, the union president hasn't said he was going to be here tonight, so I guess we can take that off. Summerfest, want to give an update on Summerfest. We're probably 2 or 3 months ahead of where we were last year. Last year, we were scrambling around to get Summerfest organized in about a month. Right now, there's 157 booths. These are local vendors, some vendors from out of the area, health department, Blue Cross, Red Cross, just a number of vendors from different parts of the state. So there's 157. There's 28 food vendors, food trucks, other people that will be selling food. We've gotten donations for the T-shirts for the students and for the volunteers. A local company donated for those T-shirts. We've purchased most of the school supplies and backpacks. Our plan is to have 700. We purchased a little bit too many last year, so we've got 700 for this year, and we've got most of the supplies. In fact, they're in the room next door over there, all over the place. We've gotten $15,000 in donations. A lot of different music vendors coming. I think there's a different music plan for every hour of the event. There's 25 games planned for the students. There's a car show, and then we're working on a couple carnival events. So it should be a really big event. Probably a lot more people than last year. So a great way to start the school year out.
Dr. Split, I had a question on that. Are we thinking we're going to have enough space at the Cobre High campus to accommodate all those activities as well as parking?
So, yeah, that was a question at our last Summerfest meeting, and I actually went out there with Richard, our landscaping guy, and we measured out everything, and so there's enough room. We've got a plan. We're going to meet again on the 21st there at the school to look at it again, but we took a measuring tape and measured everything out, so
Okay.
last Friday we did that.
Thank you.
So staffing update, as you probably saw online, it looks like there's a lot more positions than there was, and that's true. We've got a few new positions. We had a few kindergarten classes that had more enrollment, so we had to hire a couple teachers. Of course, we did get a grant, which I'll talk about in a minute too, that added another position. Had a few teachers that signed contracts and decided to go to other districts. So that opened up some positions. So last week we had 17 open positions. This week we have 14. Getting applications daily. We've probably gotten at least 250 applications since March. So we've gotten a lot of applications. We're going to have a job fair on June 27th. So my hope is that by the end of the month, we can have all of our positions filled. And so the innovations grant, we did get the innovations grant for the high school. Really, it's for the whole district, but really going to start with the high school. And I've just got an initial email. So it's the budget was initially for $200,000. And so Ms. Chavita, Mr. Corey, thank you, Mr. Guadiana, and Mr. Hampton Burnett helped put that together. There was a couple different parts to the process for applying for that. And even the students at the high school participated in a video to make that happen. So that allows us to have a new position, a new coordinator position that will work with the students at the high school with college and career pathways and work-based learning. That's really the direction that we wanted to go with the high school. So that's grant's going to help, and it's just not a 1 year. It'll be something that we can apply for each year.
And along that line, it's not so much the application process every year. It's what we will generate from this particular $200,000, which includes a plan for the next 3 years. And we could get approved for a substantial amount of more money that could even be for capital outlay for it to have technical skills taught here at the high school. And we also use the selling point that we're hopefully in line to get a new building for which that money can come in to enhance the technical parts of it and the career parts of it in the new facility as well.
Both of that all align together and
Yeah.
help with the new high school as well. So there's several leadership retreats that, well, even for that, 6 out of 7 of our building administrators will be attending the CES Leadership Academy held once a month throughout this next school year. Several of them will be attending today and tomorrow. But throughout the year, 6 of the administrators will be attending that training for principals. The 6th and the 7th, the cabinet team, the coordinators and the directors will be having a retreat in Mimbres for 2 days. And July 10th through the 13th, the principals will have a leadership retreat and training in Silver at the same location we did last year. That'll be for all of the building administrators. And then again on the 17th through the 21st, all of the coordinators and directors will be attending the NMCEL conference in Albuquerque, as well as having a retreat during that time also. So it'll be a really busy month for all of the administrators. Just about everybody will be off the next couple weeks. Principals won't return until the 10th of July, and then the coordinators and directors will be coming July 3rd. So they'll have a full month getting schools, getting school started at the end of the month. Convocation, last year was a fun event. It's gonna be a lot funner this year. How can we beat last year, right? That's gonna be July 26th from 8:30 to 11:30. Hopefully all the board members can attend.
That was the 26th, Dr. Spota?
Wednesday, the 26th. Hopefully I'm saying the right date. Yes.
That's 8:30 to 11:30, you said?
8:30 to 11:30.
I won't be there. I'll be at a conference.
Okay. And hopefully one of you can speak on behalf of the board. We'll have a spot for you on the agenda. The secretary has confirmed that he's going to try to make it. So we'll have some other speakers as well. Probably a horse too. The theme this year is "The best is yet to come." So that's July 26th. And I think we gave a little bit of an update on the bond projects. They're all underway. The central track is completed. I met with the contractor this morning. Central track is complete. Painting is just about done at San Lorenzo. Most of the parts have came in for the security systems for 2 of the campuses, and those should be up and running soon. Security cameras, keyless door entry, and then the vaping systems in the bathrooms. The bathroom at the high school, the wrestling room had some problems. Actually, they had it finished everything, and some previous work that was done in the bathroom has caused it to, we're going to have to redo a few things for that, but that should be done this week. And then the 2 projects at Hurley are just getting started, the routes and the sidewalk in the front of the building, and then that turf playground area in the back. And then the pads in the wrestling room should be done this week also. And then we added a couple things for the floor and the walls and the portable building, and those should be done within the next week and a half also.
And then the batting cages too, were also.
And the stuff has came for the batting cages. Actually, we got it unloaded last week, so that'll be something that we'll be working on in July to get the batting cages all up and running for the softball field.
You mentioned the portable building. Which portable?
So these two portable buildings in the back we'll be using for several different things for this upcoming year. And so had been a leak in there and some of the floor and wall had been damaged. So we're going to repair that. So on your list, it says SPED, attorney retainer. It shouldn't say SPED. It was SPED last year. It's our attorney retainer. Just the contract has been signed for that to keep them on retainer for another year. That's should be in your packet. Our elementary schools were just announced that they're structured literacy support schools by New Mexico PED. Also in your packet, that's a large part of your packet, is the security assessments from Palms and Associates. So those are security and vulnerability assessments done at each campus. So that'll be something that we work on with, Mr. Michael Corey will work on with the building principals over the next couple months. Mr. Corey's also applied for a $500,000 security grant also, which should help fix some of these things as well. That concludes my superintendent report.
I have a question about the structured literacy support schools. So what does that entail?
I'm not sure exactly. I've just got
Okay.
the information from Ms. Chavita, but we haven't sat down and talked about it. She was excited that we received that. She's been at a few conferences on literacy and we haven't had a chance to sit down and talk the last week or so.
Thank you. I guess we don't have a student representative report. That moves us on to item 9, new business, NMSBA School Law Conference. I can go ahead and start. So myself and Vice President Begay attended the conference up in Albuquerque. And we were informed that our nomination for the student scholarship that she won, Micaela Rocha, will get a scholarship. And I just received an email that she should be receiving a packet in the mail from NMSBA for that. Gosh, let's see. What do I want to discuss? The Attorney General Raul Torres presented on Friday morning, and I really liked everything he had to say. He has said he is working on establishing civil rights for children and helping us understand how trauma affects students and their learning. And I liked what he presented for that. And I guess let me see if I left my packet at home. I guess the thing that really stood out was the drafted within 10 days for the agenda, and that audit findings should have plans in place to correct them. And that the progress on those should be presented to the board. So that's something we can work on going forward. Because I don't think we've had that before. Plans and like specific plans in place to address audit findings.
One of them that we did do a pretty thorough job, or Frank did a pretty thorough job, and that had to do with the correcting of the gas cards and shutting down the excessive number of people that could make purchases. Those are the ones. The rest of them are more operational in terms of the budget.
Yeah. Okay. And they also mentioned that finance meetings, if possible, should be televised because it's something I'm hoping we can work towards.
So as President Modio said, we attended the law conference. I attended a session on the Open Meetings Act, FERPA, and I wanted to attend one on Native American discipline, just with my own interest. I learned about the agenda, like having unfinished business and new business. If there's nothing listed there, we shouldn't have them listed because it could get kind of tricky, because I guess some school boards have said, well, this was unfinished business from like 4 or 5 meetings ago. So had mentioned that in one of the sessions. We also heard from Lake Arthur's school board and how they work together to plan the budget and kind of their process. I went through the new school board training, so that was part of it. Trying to think. The Attorney General talked to us, as she stated, and then Secretary Romero also talked to us about introduce his new team at PED, and his focus is going to be data driven. And so he said they're going to start, the turnover is going to be better for reports, as well as the finance department too, getting money to districts sooner. And then there was this really cool website that we could look at that Lake Arthur School Board told us about. And it shows the investment school districts are putting into students. And it breaks it down for each school district. And it shows like a chart of administrative costs and the investment on students. So it was a really wonderful conference and was good to learn.
And I think I forwarded that website to you guys. That Mrs. Ige was talking about the student, like you can see how much each district is paying per student. Really interesting.
Question, was there anything given related to the special ed education office now for?
The new office, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a session on special ed, but not specifically for the office, the new special ed office. And it was they didn't plan accordingly with like their rooms. So some of the rooms were at capacity where we couldn't attend that specific session.
Thank you. And that moves us on to 9B, board self-evaluation. And so I just wanted to kind of give you guys a heads up at our next board meeting, the end of June, we'll do a board self-evaluation. I included in the packet, I believe we're going to be using the one that's in our new policy. Is it in here? I don't see it. Oh wait, yeah, it is. It's kind of mixed in there. Hold on. For me, it's mixed in with the other stuff, but so we included the evaluation of the school board in there. I'm going to create a Google form just like we did with the superintendent evaluation, just because it gives us a easy way to look at the data and sort through the data. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up that that'll be coming, and hopefully we can discuss it. We will discuss it at our next board meeting. Okay, so that moves us on to I have to text our attorney.
I've got her.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, for the closed session. So that moves us on to item 10, public input items of concern. Do we have any public input? Do we have anything online? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to share, one of my neighbors started walking at the high school track, and she just wanted to, because she's an elderly lady, and she just wanted to thank the board and everybody that was involved in putting that little gate so she could go walking. It was a thank you.
Okay. So that moves us on to 11, executive session. Notice is hereby given so that the Board of Education of the Cobre District will meet in executive session for the following purpose. A, limited personnel matters as permitted under Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that legal counsel can advise the board and superintendent can discuss a new superintendent contract to begin on July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2023. I think those dates are wrong. And replace existing contract. Should we change that date? I don't think it's through June 30th. I think it's through 2025. Should be 2025. And B, pursuant to section 10-15-1H of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 2-6-5 of the New Mexico Audit Act, and 2.2.2.15A3 New Mexico Administrative Code for the superintendent and auditing firm to update the board and legal counsel to advise regarding status of a special audit. E, threaten litigation as permitted under section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that the board can discuss and legal counsel can advise regarding EEOC number 453-2023-01027 and EEOC number 453-2023-01028 filed by former employees. D, personally identifiable information about a student as permitted under section 10-15-1H4, specifically so that the superintendent can update the board regarding a formal complaint against the district with the New Mexico Public Education Department's Special Education Division, B2223-50, and E, limited personnel matters as permitted under section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, specifically so that the superintendent can update the board regarding movement and contemplated movement of employees.
Madam President, I move that we go into executive session for the reasons listed.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have one comment. On item A, the duration was supposed to be from, I believe it should be from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026.
Through 2026.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Vice President Begay,
Yes.
myself, yes. Secretary Terrazas,
Yes.
and Mr. Guadiana.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We are in executive session at 6:51 PM. Okay, I guess the Google crashed. We have a motion by Ms. Begay and a second by Ms. Dean to reconvene an open session, and we were doing a roll call vote. We'll go ahead and do our roll call vote again. Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Vice President Begay?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Secretary Terrazas?
Yes.
Mr. Guadiana?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. It is 9:46 PM. We're going back into open session. That moves us on to 13 action items.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to continue with the existing superintendent contract in effect through June 30th, 2024, given rejection of new contract terms as discussed in executive session.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice President Begay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes 5-0. That leads us to adjournment. Is there a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Okay, in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We adjourn at 9:47 PM.